Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the public. Welcome to this special meeting of the LA City Board of Public Works on the first day of September 1, 2020. Hope everyone is feeling footloose and fancy free. We have a full agenda, so we'll jump right into it. Item number one, actually, Dr. Campos, do we have a quorum?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Let me go ahead and establish quorum and roll call. We have President Good, we have President Pro Tem Davis, we also have Commissioner Caloza and Commissioner Villegas. President Good, you do have a quorum. For the record, President Good and Commissioner Villegas are in City Hall in their offices, and Commissioner Caloza and Commissioner Davis are dialing in remotely from home. I myself, I am here in City Hall from my office dialing in remotely, and we're also joined by our City Council, Mr. Ted Jordan, that's dialing in remotely. President Good, you do have a quorum. We do not have any commentary under the Neighborhood Council comments section. We also do not have any speakers lined up or queued up for any of the items for today's special agenda.
Okay, thank you. Hearing that we have no, hearing that there is no public comment or comment from the neighborhood councils, we'll move on to item number one, approval of the minutes from Friday, August 21, 2020. I will motion to approve those and move them forward. Do I have a second?
Second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Any objections, President Pro Tem Davis?
You're on mute, Dr. David. Actually not on mute. We just cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yeah.
Do any objections, Dr. Davis?
None.
And Commissioner Caloza?
No objections, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Hearing no objections, the minutes are moved forward, and we will move on to item number two. Item number two is, oh, thank you. Item number two is a hike. Our bids for the high voltage conversion FED program unit 2 series to multiple projects, surface transportation program, street lighting project, is WO L2049450. Estimated bid number is $1,465,000, and this will this conversion program will take place at CD1, CD4, and CD14. Dr. Campos and Anna are doing the opening of or the tearing of the sheets in effect.
Yeah. Can everyone hear me?
Can everyone hear Dr. Campos?
Yes.
Or do I need to get closer to the mic? We're good? Great. Thank you, President Good. We are opening up the bids again. This is in Council District 1, 4, and 14. The estimated project cost is $1,465,000. We have 5 bids. The first bid is from International Line Builders Incorporated. For a total bid amount of $1,507,430 even. That's $1507430 from International Line Builders Incorporated. The second bid is from Elecnor Belco Electric Incorporated for a total bid amount of $1,504,126 even. That's $1504126 from Elecnor Belco Electric Incorporated. The third bid is from KBC Incorporated, doing business as Dynalectric, for a total bid amount of $1,700,000 $1,744,835 even. That's $1,744,835 from KBC Incorporated, doing business as Dynalectric. The next bid is from Crosstown Electrical and Data Incorporated for a total bid amount of $1,795,789 even. That's $1,795,789 from Crosstown Electrical and Data Incorporated. For the record, line item number 24 and line item 25 have been lined out by the contractor, and both lines have been initialed. The fifth and final bid received for this project is from Comet Electric Incorporated for a total bid amount of $1,446,630 even. That's $1,446,630 from Comet Electric Incorporated. Mr. President, that concludes the bid openings for today's agenda.
All right. So, bids are received, open and declared. We don't vote. We don't.
We do need a motion
Yeah,
to,
okay.
Mr. President, we do need a motion to accept the bids,
Yes,
to
sir.
open them and to declare them.
All right, do I have a motion to accept and open and declare the bids?
So move.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioners Villegas and Calosa. I don't object. And so, hearing no objections, these bids are approved and open and declared forthwith. Thank you, Dr. Campos and Anna.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay.
That's Kumi's,
Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Gummy.
Me and Matthew.
Okay. With that, let's move forward to item number 3. Item number 3 from the Bureau of Sanitation. This is in CD 6, 9, 11, and 15. Amendment number 1, task order solicitation number SN73 with Geosyntec Consultants, Inc., recommending the board authorize the Director of the Bureau of Sanitation to issue amendment number 1 to task order solicitation SN73 to Geosyntec Consultants, Inc., extending the term of engagement from July 1, 2020 to December 30, 2021, with a 1-year optional extension if necessary. The budget authority of $2,416,000 remains unchanged. Gordon Haynes is with us to present. Good morning, Mr. Haynes.
Good morning, President, and good morning, Commissioners. Gordon Haynes, LA Sanitation and Environment, Watershed Protection. This request is to amend our task force solicitation to Geosyntec Consultants. This is for optimization activities for 8 Proposition O funded projects. Optimization is, this is the second round of optimization. This is a phase that we undertake as owners and operators of these stormwater facilities to be able to evaluate and ascertain that these projects are performing to design standards and meeting our water quality requirements per the design and per our permit. We had the current TOS, or the TOS ended on June 30th. We were asking for this extension to complete some of the tasks, which include optimization adjustment activities and some more technical evaluations of some of the projects, such as Temescal Canyon, stormwater capture. We were delayed a little bit by the COVID-19, so this is a reason why we are in this situation now and asking for a little bit more time. We're not asking for any more money. The original board report from April 2018 that was approved by your board authorized $2,416,000, and that remains unchanged as budget authority. We're simply asking for the term of engagement to Thank you, and I can take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Colleagues, do we have questions and/or comments? President Pro Tem Davis, I'll start with you.
I'm okay on this particular item.
Okay. Commissioner Closa?
I don't have any questions on this one, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Villegas?
I don't have any questions either. Thank you.
Okay. So,
President Good, we do have somebody that raised their hand. I'm not sure if it's a member of the public. It is a dial-in number. Can I check that line really
yes,
quick?
please
For
do.
the board motion on this item. Caller ending in 682, caller ending in 682. Your microphone has been unmuted. Can you please identify yourself? The Board of Public Works is now considering item number 3 at this time. Would you like to speak on this item?
Yes, Dr. Tom Wilkins.
Dr. Williams.
Dr.
This
Williams?
is item number 3. Please go ahead. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak.
Okay. I'd like to speak on public comment, but since there's no number for it and no designation on the agenda,
Dr. Williams, this is item number 3. There is no public comment. Would you like item 3?
Yes, I would like to know what's happening, especially in CD 15 regarding stormwater runoff and such. So I'd highly recommend that for this particular consultant that they have a web page and or a page on Bureau of Sanitation regarding the progress of the review of the facilities. So please provide a web page so that we can see when and what is going on, especially since there's a 1-year extension on a 1.5-year project. So I'll need to be informed because I've been working with the Harbor Gateway North people on the community plan that's being prepared right now for the CD15 portion from Harbor City up to Harbor Gateway North. So facilities, infrastructure are very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. One question I do have, Mr. Haynes, is so just for clarity, so we're just extending, this would have been completed July or June of, well, a couple months ago, and we're extending all the way to December 30, 2021. Again, you alluded to COVID. Can you elaborate a little bit more on like just the delay? I mean, optimization is crucial with these. It's tried and true, but just want to understand a little bit more.
Yes, the delay due to COVID pushed us back a little bit on some of the tasks such as reporting and monitoring. However, really, we discovered in the course of the original TOS technical challenges, like I mentioned at Temescal, and also such as the public comment mentioned in CD15 for our Harbor City Greenway project. We really need a bit more time to allow for task 3, which is adjustment activities, to be able to get these projects to actually perform and function per the design. There did need to be a bit more time past the original June 30th deadline. So COVID was a factor, but really the technical challenges of these projects, which are very complex, they involve mechanical, structural, and natural treatment systems, does require at least another year, we expect, to be able to finish all the tasks.
Thank you for that. And Dr. Campos, the use of contingency, but it does not, without changing the overall budget approved, this will not be subject to the mayor's cost containment process, correct?
That is correct. My understanding is that the budget authority remains the same, unchanged at this time, so all the expenditures will be within the original amount approved. This only extends the term.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Campos. Commissioner Colosa, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, President Good. Apologies. I just had a quick follow-up question after kind of looked at this sub-consultant chart a little bit more. But can you explain the difference between the achieved amounts from the last time this was amended, and then kind of the new pledges, I saw that the amounts and the percentages were kind of adjusted for the new pledged amounts, and I think there's one subconsultant here, CH2M Hill, that's listed, but they're listed as 0%, and the pledged amount is $0. If you could just also explain what that means.
Sure, thank you. So in that chart, the achieved amount is from the last approved invoice, so that those reflect everything that's been invoiced so far from the original TOS. The amended pledged, that includes what we are anticipating to be able to achieve in terms of BIP, business inclusion. Those numbers are a bit higher because that's what we anticipate a bit more work from many of our small businesses and minority businesses. The reason CH2 has not invoiced, we do expect to be asking them for some work in the amended column, but we have not put them to work because we did not reach that task of technical need that they are there as a subconsultant for. So we just haven't needed their services yet, but we do anticipate using some of their services in this amended period.
You just don't know how much, so that's why that's 0?
No, if you look at the column that says amended, we have 3.5 is about the percentage that we anticipate for a total of about $71,600. That's what they originally pledged, and that's what we still anticipate them to use. We have not needed the services yet. We do anticipate needing their expertise in this coming extension, though. So
I see. So I don't know if maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, or if that's a typo in the board report, because I'm looking at table 4 here, where it's the new pledge subconsultant participation amount. So I don't know. So this is, just so I'm understanding this correctly, this is you didn't count the 71,000 in this table 4 because none of it was spent in the previous task. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We just have not used their services, and they have not billed.
Got it. Okay. And do you feel confident that you'll meet the pledge numbers this time? I know at the last task, you had the pledge numbers that you had for WBE and DVBE were a lot lower than what you all had anticipated.
Correct. Yeah, we do anticipate being able to meet the pledge numbers. It has shifted a bit. There's some of our sub-consultants, merged companies, they lost their certifications because of being bought or with another company. So some of those things did, but we did take on minority business, women businesses, so that we should still be able to meet or exceed the
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, President Good.
Thank you, Commissioner Closa, and thanks, Mr. Haynes. Oh, Dr. Davis.
Yeah, I wanted to find out, is CM2 Hill, what are they doing in the project? Are they assisting us in achieving diversity?
Dr. Davis, CH2M, which actually they may have a different business name today, but they are only a other business. They do not achieve any of our BIP inclusion numbers.
Okay.
And they are technical experts for engineering and water,
Right.
stormwater.
Okay. Great. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I have no further questions. Do I have a motion to move this amendment forward?
So move.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections or concerns, Commissioner Colosa?
No objections, thank you.
All right, hearing no objections, we have a motion from Commissioner Villegas to move this forward with a second from President Pro Tem Davis. Hearing no objections, this item is approved forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Haynes.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move on to item number 4. Amendment number 1, Memorandum of Understanding, Bradley Plaza Green Alley Project, Food Service Kiosk. Recommending the board authorize the Director of the Bureau of Sanitation to execute with concurrence with the mayor, Amendment number 1 of the Memorandum of Understanding between Bureau of Sanitation, Trust for Public Land, and Pacoima Beautiful to incorporate the installation of a food service kiosk with the low-impact development Bradley Plaza Green Alley Project. Hamid Jadayan is with us today to present on this item. Hamid, good morning. Hamid, you are muted and we can't see you.
Can you hear me now?
We do hear you. Yeah, can you be on screen?
I'm not sure I can see you, but somehow or the other my computer is not showing that myself for whatever reason that is. So can I just go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you.
I mean, to reduce some feedback on your end, can you mute your tablet where you have the video capability, although it's not showing up? This is your landline.
It is muted, that one.
Go ahead.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, and thank you, the President, Commissioners, and members of the board. My name is Hamid Tadayon. I'm a project manager for the Bradley Plaza Green Alley, a low-impact development project. In November of 2019, as we had just started the construction of the Green Alley project, the Bradley Green Alley project, we were asked and requested by the Council Office, Council District 7, to incorporate in the project installation of the food point of sale food service kiosk in the plaza. This was as part of the Councilwoman Rodriguez's promotion of the jobs and skills in the Pacoima area. We immediately started working to secure the funds. We worked with the council office as well as the mayor's office and CEO office, and our estimated cost of $450,000 was secured through CRALA funding. We also started working on a preliminary concept design and site layout, which you probably have that in front of you. And now the kiosk is, as I mentioned, is going to be point of sale only for the San Fernando Garden community and the neighborhood around that. The food is not going to be cooked in the kiosk. Food is going to be cooked in an industrial kitchen within a mile or so, which that one is also being implemented by the BOE. And food will be brought to the kiosk for just sale. The operation of the kiosk will be with the council office. They will decide. I imagine people that they are trying to promote the jobs to the operation. But the maintenance of that would be with the GSD and local Tacoma Beautiful or graffiti buster, Northwest graffiti buster for picking up trash or something, stuff like that. And now, if I may just give you a little update on the Green Alley project. The alley is open to the public. We are almost done, completed that project, and about to start working on the kiosk, the full detailed design and installation. As soon as we get your approval to amend the contract with the TPL and Tacoma Beautiful.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you, Amin. Okay, colleagues, any questions or comments? Start with you, President Pro Tem Davis.
Could you explain to me conceptually, the project includes, you said you're working directly with the council district office, I guess council district 7, and you
Correct.
you're doing something with regard to food, is that correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, how are we going to have the individuals who are participating in the project? How are they being selected?
Meaning individuals as far as people that they are operating it, or people that they are coming to buy food?
People that they're operating, the operating people.
That is the council office will determine how they are going to run it, the operation of it. But we know that this is not going to the food is not going to be cooked in this facility, in this kiosk. It's going to be brought here, and here is a point of sale to the community of San Fernando Garden, as well as the near area in Tacoma area.
Do we have to collaborate? Do we have to collaborate with any other agencies other than your department to do this project?
To construct it?
Do we have a collaboration? We're not required to work with the county environmental health department or anything like that in doing this project.
Good question. Yes, we most likely we will have to obtain a permit from the county health department, just like any other food facility would be. We probably will do that, and we will, LA Sanitation will do that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So that
yes.
we would be responsible for organizing and collaborating with other agencies to make sure
yes.
that is done. Now,
yes.
you mentioned that we were going to do something else in addition to the food. What was that you would also be responsible for?
No, the food, like I said, we would only be, general service actually would be responsible for maintenance of the kiosk. Once we are installed, when we install the kiosk and it's completed, we will hand it over to CD7 and general services.
And what is the duration of time in which the operation will take place?
I'm assuming during the daytime, mostly. Sometimes the plaza sometimes is open for the area nearby San Fernando Garden and the community. They gather in that area. So the operation of that is not. It's mostly, like I said, it's going to be with the council office and not sanitation. We will not be involved in operation of that. We just will.
I understand it. I just wanted to get a clear indication. I understand it is an accommodation for constituents and that it will be a place where they can come and sell their goods. Now, it will be done, I guess, obviously on the weekends when most of our constituents are at home, but also would it be done in the evening hours as well during the week period of time, and that's what I was trying to get an understanding of.
That is entirely up to the council office and the program that they intend to do that. I'm not sure. But I imagine that it would be the evening time, maybe during summertime, especially because the days are longer. It would be, but I'm not sure exactly how it works at night, whether or not they would operate that.
All right, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Commissioner Colosa.
Thank you, President Good. Thank you for your presentation. I do have some follow-up questions for you. My first question is wanting to understand kind of the project scope of this. Was this originally part of the plan to have a food kiosk?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question? I didn't quite understand.
Sure. Was this originally part of your scope for this project? Was it the intention from the original plan to have a food kiosk?
Originally, was not this was not included in our low impact development project of Bradley. As I mentioned, we had started construction of the Bradley Plaza Green Alley project last September, end of September. In November, we were asked to incorporate this component to it, and that's why we are amending the contract with the TPL and Tacoma Beautiful. It was not in the original the scope.
Okay. And can you speak a little bit more as to how this site was chosen? Like, is there a food desert in this part? I'm less familiar. I know Vice President Garcia is not on, but just wondering why this site.
I'm so sorry. You get cut up, and I could not understand. Can you please repeat your question?
Sure. Let me just test my audio. Fernando, can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you, but it's a little bit sometimes it disconnect. But go ahead, please.
Commissioner Colosa, we can hear you perfectly. I believe there's feedback that's coming from Hamid's telephone line.
Okay. Thank you, Fernando. I mean, Dr. Campos. My question was, how was this site picked? I just wanted to understand a little bit more about how this was chosen. Mostly because, it's not every day that we see an addition of a food kiosk to LA sanitation, Green Alley project. So that's why I just wanted to understand that more.
That's correct. This is not a usual common thing that we do in our. As you know, we do a lot of LID projects and projects that has to do with the stormwater. But since this stormwater project that we were doing in the Bradley, it included getting the runoff from Bradley and the alley and capturing it. We started working on that. The council office asked us to incorporate this as part of their plan for job creation in the Tacoma area. The installation of a food kiosk, which will be a platform that would be installed on that in the plaza.
And just so I understand this too, so the operator of kiosk would be Tacoma Beautiful, and it would be the one coordinating with.
No. That is entirely up to that is council office what their plan is to operate. However, they plan to operate it. That we have no. They could be asking for Tacoma Beautiful. I don't know at this point. They haven't. The operation of this is entirely up to council office but we have worked to make sure that the maintenance of it is done, and that would be the responsibility of the general services. Will do the maintenance and maybe for local picking up trash stuff around there, which we have it for the alley too. Tacoma Beautiful will do that, as well as the Northwest Graffiti Buster group. That's for maintenance. Operation of that is entirely the council office they will decide how they want to operate and who they going to have it operated. But I know that this will have utilities such as power and a sink for washing hands, and of course a sewer connection.
Okay. And then I guess I'll just ask one more question: is how are we implementing this during COVID? Do you know? Since there's a lot of places are closed, I'm just curious if there was any discussion about how the scope or how this project might change given current everything that's happening.
I'm sorry again. I have a little bit of an audio issue. I apologize for that. You get caught up. I couldn't understand what you said. Can you please repeat that question again?
Hamid, can you try turning off your secondary device that you have? Or can you lower your volume? We're getting feedback, so you have something else playing in the background. You have a secondary device in your office, correct?
Yes, I turned it off.
Can you turn it off? Thank you.
Go ahead.
I think you should have better quality now.
Okay. I just wanted to understand if the scope of this project was being changed or altered at all because of any COVID-19 concerns.
I'm so sorry. A minute ago when you were talking, the gentleman was talking, it was more clear, but the commissioner, I'm having a little bit of a tough time understanding what the question was. Could you please repeat that again?
You know what? I'll just follow up with you afterward, and then you can give me a briefing so that we can save time today. I want to be mindful of my other
By all means.
questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Colosa. Commissioner Villegas.
Good morning. I too had questions regarding the vending issue, and just because it's new concept, and because usually these issues come under Bureau of Street Services, I was just wondering, I see that the contract is basically just for the sewer and the sink and the energy. However, you did mention that you'll be pulling the permit from public health. So if you can, please, I think I'm going to ask for a briefing as well. I am curious to learn more how this is going to take place, and I would actually like to see the site.
Absolutely. Anytime you would like to see the site, I'll be happy to show you around there, so you have a better visual understanding of what is happening. Although we have the site, the layout provided, we have provided that for you.
I see. No, I read through the report. I see that. Yeah, I see the intersection and the location of it. But I want to know the practicality of the actual kiosk. Just because I have been handling a lot of the street vending issues on the street services side, I want to see what it looks like. That's all. By all
means, anytime that you decide, I'll be happy to show you and give you a tour of the site.
And then just on the briefing, if you can just let me know all the permits that will be pulled from public health for this, that would be helpful.
Surely, we do that. This is just basically like inspection of the facility. I suppose that just like any restaurant or any other food facility, that public health will go and give them a rating of A, B, or C, or what have you. It's going to be that kind of a thing.
I understand.
I don't think any beyond that.
I understand. It's just that with our new program in the city of Los Angeles for street vending, I just want to see what it looks like and see if this type of work can be emulated, or what kind of fiscal impact it incurred also. I see, from the board report, the fiscal impact, but I want to see like the numbers in terms of bifurcation for Greenway versus kiosk. That's all. We can talk offline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Surely.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Hamid, a
Yes,
couple
sir.
questions on my end. This again was initiated completely by the council office, correct?
That is correct.
And it is, in terms of the infrastructure, the hardware, for lack of a better way to put it, that is all being paid for by the council office's excess CRA-LA funds.
That is correct.
Okay. Dr. Campos, I'm assuming that precludes it from the cost containment process?
That is correct. This is going to be referred over to the mayor's office under Executive Directives 3, not the cost containment memo.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. And again, it's the Green Alley project, period, is a partnership between Pacoima Beautiful, Trust for Public Land, the city, correct?
Yes, correct.
And ultimately GSD will assume, so while it's all being paid for, the ultimate O&M will be assumed by the city and by GSD.
Yes, for O&M would be done with the responsibility of general services.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Hamid. I will move. I mean, this is clearly a new frame, and I think it's really interesting. I know that this plaza is highly anticipated in that community, and this is going to be a really, in my opinion, a cool amenity to it. I will move to approve the item and move it forward.
I'll second that.
Okay. Second from Commissioner Villegas. All right. Thank you. Was that a second, President Pro Tem Davis?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Closa, any objections?
I know, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Hamid. And Hamid will be setting up, I'll trust that you'll set up briefings with Commissioner Closa and Villegas to A, better understand the project moving forward, B, to see what kind of takeaways we can glean for future sort of work and projects, ranging from street vendors to different small water quality projects like this as well. So I think that'll be great. Okay, hearing no objection. Yes, sir? Hamid?
By all means. Yes, yes, sir, by all means.
Great, thank you. So hearing no objections, this item is approved forthwith. Colleagues, and I say that in the global sense, fellow commissioners, folks from all the departments, I would just reiterate or stress that if at all possible, and Mr. Hamid or Tadani, I'm sure there's good reason, but if at all possible, we very much prefer all presentations to be on Zoom and to be able to see faces. It's much easier and we can avoid a lot of the technical issues. Mr. Jordan, you've raised your hand.
Yes, thank you, President Good. I couldn't find the button to do that electronically, so when in doubt, just raise my hand. Just a minor clarification for the action the board's taking. The item authorizes the director of the Bureau of Sanitation to execute the amendment to the MOU. The actual signature page, if you take a look at the amendment, that's part of the transmittal number 2, I think. It actually has a signature block for the president. It has President James's name on there because of when this was prepared. So I think the authorization would be to actually have you, your 2 commissioners, sign
Yeah,
There will be a signature block for the director of the Bureau of Sanitation, because they want that. So just a minor clarification that the authorization would be to authorize both the director of the Bureau of Sanitation as well as the president or two commissioners. Everything else is the same, subject to concurrence with the mayor and all of that.
So that would be as amended, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, because right now, unless you sign it, it will not count.
thank you. That's a very good flag. So I will reintroduce a motion to move this forward as amended, requiring my signature of the president or two members of the board. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Any objections, Commissioner Calosa?
No objections.
President Pro Tem Davis?
None.
All right, hearing that and hearing no objections, we'll move the item forthwith as amended. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. And again, thank you, Mr. Tadoyan. It's just very difficult when folks are on the phone versus on Zoom for us to adequately hear and or connect with presenters and to be able to do our service to y'all in this process. So if at all possible, please, in the future, bring it on Zoom, as my 10-year-old would say. Thank you, Mr. Tadoyan.
Thank you.
Okay, have a great day. All
Thank
right,
you.
colleagues, let's go on to item number 5. This is in CD 14. This is a budget increase in change order numbers 004, 007, 019, 021, 027 for Clark Stormwater and Safety Improvements Project Phase 2, recommending the board, 1, authorize $815,330 in funds to increase the contract ceiling for the contract between the City of Los Angeles and Rand's Construction, Inc. to cover additional expenses due to unforeseen conditions and additional scope of work, and approve a revised total contract budget authority of $9,214,787. And 2, authorize the director of the Bureau of Sanitation to issue change order numbers 004, 007, 019, 021, 027, and increase allowance order 05-003 for an amount not to exceed $815,330 for the completion of this project. Miguel Zermeno is joining us to present. Good morning, Miguel. You're on mute, sir.
Got it.
Hey, Miguel.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm going to have the project manager, Timmy De Ramos, do the presentation. Any additional questions, I will, if I need, I will step in. Go ahead, Timmy.
Good morning. I'm Timmy De Ramos. I'm the project manager from LA Sand and Environment. Want to start with the brief background for this project. So the Central Los Angeles Recycling Transfer Station, also known as CLARTS, which is in CD 14, provides transfer service to the City of LA curbside collection operations. It's also open to commercial waste haulers, independent operators, and the general public. Permitted capacity is over 4,000 tons per day. The purpose of this Clark Stormwater Safety Improvements Project is to construct stormwater management improvements and bring the facility into regulatory compliance, mainly the California General Industrial Stormwater Permit, as well as increase the health and safety standards to the 9-acre facility. This project consists of installation of a stormwater capture system that includes the underground detention basins, drop inlets, bioswales, underground piping valves, reinforced concrete paving, The project safety improvements include a new guard booth, a new scale house, water and sewer connections, electronic sign for the public, traffic control systems, conduits, and power and data cable upgrades to the existing electrical panels. Brief overview of all the change orders. Change order number 004 was for a safety issue concerning overhead power lines, which were about 25 foot in height. We had a concern that some of our high-profile equipment would snag these lines. So it created a safety issue, so we wanted to make these overhead power lines and reroute them to underground conduits. So it would take away the danger of the snagging high voltage lines. Change orders number 7 and 19 involve some transportation and disposal of unforeseen additional tonnages for additional tons of rickrus soil, about 1,450 additional tons of rickrus soil and 180 additional tons of California hazardous waste. As you all may know, the Clark site itself was built on top of an old dump site back in the early 1900s, where they just disposed of waste materials containing lead, asbestos, and different types of hazardous waste. So we encountered that type of unforeseen conditions. Change order number 21 involves the old electrical system that needed to be upgraded when we did construction for the new scale house and guard booth. The electrical and communication system was not properly sized at the time, so that needed to be upgraded to accommodate the new buildings and all the computer systems with the 2 new buildings. Allowance orders number 5-003 involved deferring site conditions where we encountered an unforeseen clay layer below the subgrade, in which our geotechnical engineer did not let us use and recompact this unforeseen clay layer, so we had to dispose of it, and so that was that allowance order. So we needed extra funds to dispose of properly that clay layer. And then also the last one was a change order number 27, which is extended field overhead costs. This involved costs that the contractor incurs to maintain operations in the field, for example, equipment and some of their vehicles. This was required to extend the 50 extra working days beyond the original end date of August 3rd, which is averaging about $3,247 per day for those 50 days. There is no impact to the general fund, and we're using fund number 47R, the Recycling Transfer Station Trust Fund. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garamos. One quick clarifying question. Was the original contract predicated on meeting legal requirements? I mean, I know there's the RCRA stuff on soil, but were these changes prescribed by the LEA?
Which changes are you?
All of them, or the project in general. What I just want to establish, I mean, most likely, I think this could be subject to the mayor's cost containment process. However, if the predicate project contract was made pursuant to meeting legal obligations from the local enforcement agency, I'm wondering, and I would ask Dr. Campos and Mr. Jordan their read on that, whether or not that would merit exemption from the cost containment process.
Very good question, President Good. My understanding is that we would still ask for an exception under the cost containment memo. There are exceptions to the rules. If this is a legally mandated expenditure, then we can ask for an exception under the cost containment memo, but it's not an automatic approval. There's other criteria that allow us to ask for exemption. I believe it's if it's revenue generating, law, or legally mandated. There may be an additional reason. Not sure if Mr. Jordan concurs with my assessment of that.
I do concur. The point is, you have to ask.
Right.
And there's a number of categories that they've already spelled out that would provide the basis for them to grant the exemption. But the point is, you have to ask. It doesn't happen automatically. And depending on the nature of the project or its urgency, that ask probably should be conveyed with some level of urgency so it goes to the front of the line. It doesn't get held back because every single department is asking for approvals of one kind or the other. But it doesn't give you an automatic pass where you don't have to request approval.
That's right.
As far as I know.
Yeah, no, you're both absolutely right. I recall that, and that's a great clarification. That said, coming back full circle to the original question, is it sanitation's opinion that the underlying contract was a project, a series of projects to bring us in compliance with legal requirements generated or created by the local enforcement agency?
Well, there are the safety issue, which the LEA local enforcement agency actually had an issue with the change order number 4 with the overhead power lines, and then most of the project is concerning the general industrial stormwater permit, which is a safety issue concerning the contamination of stormwater that goes to the Valley River.
And
illegally, yes.
So I would encourage y'all, assuming we move this forward, I would encourage you to request the exemption. To Mr. Jordan's point, you'll need to make that request. Okay, so with that, I'd like to open the floor to my colleagues. President Pro Tem Davis, any questions or comments?
No, I don't. I think that each of the projects seem to be necessary, so I have no questions at this point.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Closa?
Thanks, President Good. I do have some questions. I wanted to ask whether or not Reyes would be performing all this additional work on their own, or if they're going to be utilizing any of their subcontractors.
They were using, actually the most of the project is already completed. It was completed back in 2019. So they did use subcontractors to complete the electrical work. And yes, they have used their subcontractors.
Okay. Can you explain why we don't have the subcontractor list that we normally would in this board report? Outlining.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But to my knowledge, we did meet all the percentages for the subcontractor was it the percentages that was required to meet for Con Ed?
Yeah, I guess my question was just, and I'll just, restate this again, typically that's something that you all include, unless I'm misunderstanding this, what the business inclusion numbers look like for
Right.
your contractors and the percent in which you're meeting those goals. I know that the pledge numbers when this contract was awarded 2 years ago was lower than what we would have liked to see for MBE and WBE, and that Reyes also came in 10% higher than what you had all estimated. So it would have been really good to see what those numbers look like if this work was already completed and you already know what those numbers look like.
Right. We can get you those numbers.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions or comments, President Good.
Thank you, Commissioner Closa. Any questions or comments, Commissioner Villegas?
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
President Good, this is Fernando.
Yeah.
Really quick, the third category that I did not recall at the time was essential to public health and safety. So public health and safety, revenue generating, and legally mandated are the three areas that we can ask for priority consideration. So I think this could fit under two of the three categories.
Yeah, and I would encourage that. Look, to be clear, Timmy and Miguel and John and Darshana and colleagues, like we are a city family, and I am by no means discouraging or believe that we need to or should undermine in any way the cost containment process. We are all, as we know, in a unprecedented time. That said, there are reasons for the exemption process, and Clark's is a vital piece of our city infrastructure from a public health and safety perspective. And so, getting this stuff done strikes me as very important. So I would encourage y'all to make that request based on either one of those two or both exemption criteria. So with that, just one clarifying question. I was just curious, Mr. Ramos. So change order 27. So can you explain that one again?
So extended field overhead cost. So we needed to extend the contract duration 50 days over the original end of the contract date. So
right.
that incurs cost per day to keep the
Because it
contractor.
expired June. You're right. I'm sorry. That was clear. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Ramos, LA San team. Do I have a motion to move this item forward, colleagues?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections or concerns, Commissioner Closa?
No objections. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I have no objections, and hearing none, this item is approved forthwith with the as amended to go through the cost containment process with me. All right. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. And for the thorough explanation and process, Mr. Ramos.
Thank you.
All right. Item 6. This is BCA and BOE, Council Districts 3 and 5. This is a contract acceptance, sidewalk repair program, small sidewalk access request, acceleration package number 1. Recommending the board accept this contract. So, Mr. George Espindola. George, you with us?
Good morning.
Hello,
That's correct. Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Good to see you.
There is, oh, yeah, nice to see you. There is a slight correction on, on the council district that the work was done on this one. This is actually not on CD 14. It actually impacted CD 3 and 5.
Right.
Want to get that.
Thank you.
Anyway, good morning again. George Espindola with the Bureau of Contract Administration. The Sidewalk Repair Program, Small Sidewalk Access Request Acceleration Package 1, awarded to Jeronimo Concrete on July 2nd, 2019, in the amount of $77,778 with 59 cents, with a not to exceed limit of $99,999 through the joint report number 1 of the Bureau of Engineering and the Bureau of Contract Administration adopted on October 21st, 2016, which established a program authorizing the city to enter into a contract with on-call contractors to perform sidewalk construction and repair services. This project provided for removals, replacements of sidewalks, curb and gutter, driveways, installation of curb ramps, roof pruning, adjustments and replacing of street lighting and traffic toolboxes. One deductible change order was issued on this project, of a value of $9,485, decreasing the total cost of this project to $68,293 with 59 cents. Final corrections were completed on March 13th, 2020. Funding was through Fund 59V, Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program, Department 50. BCA's Office of Contract Compliance has found that this contractor has met all the equal employment opportunities and labor compliance required of this contract. There are no unresolved property complaints or disputed funds.
Thank you, Mr. Espindola. I just love the word deduction in the context of this work. Thank you. Any questions or comments, colleagues? President Pro Tem Davis?
I'm fine with this bill.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Closa?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas?
No questions, thanks.
All right. Hearing no questions or objections, this item, do I have a motion? Sorry, to move this forward.
So moved.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Great. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas?
No objections, thanks.
All right, hearing no objections, this item is approved forthwith. Thank you very much, George.
Thank you.
Have a good day. All right, we have another contract acceptance, item number 7. CD7. This is contract acceptance, San Fernando Road Bikeway Bridge over Pacoima Wash. Phase 2, federal project numbers, or NOS STPLER-5006152 and California 95X063. I cannot ensure that I'm reading that correctly. Dr. Campos, I trust that you will make sure it's reflected. Recommending the board accept this contract. And George is with us again on this one.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again. The San Fernando Road Bikeway Bridge over Pacoima Wash, Phase 2, was awarded by your board on April 16, 2012 to LH Engineering Company in the amount of $1,237,555 with a contingency of $123,755. Total authorized budget was $1,361,305. On July 26, 2013, your board declared LH Engineering Company to be in default of this project and approved the execution of the takeover agreement between the City of Los Angeles and LH Engineering Surety, Ohio Casualty Insurance Company, which elected GB Cook Incorporated to complete the project. The project consisted of construction of a bicycle bridge over the Pacoima Wash in CD7 in the San Fernando Valley. 8 change orders were issued totaling $34,763 with 18 cents, increasing the total cost of this project to $1,272,313 with 18 cents. Final corrections were completed on August 18th, 2014. Funding was through Transportation Grant Fund 655 and Local Transportation Fund 207. BCA's Bureau of Contract Administration's Office of Contract Compliance has found that this contractor has met all the equal employment opportunities and labor compliance requirements of the contract. There are no unresolved property complaints or disputed funds.
Thank you, George. I'm going to ask a Flintstone question. You know what that is, George?
No, I'm not, but I'm going to find out.
You know, on occasion, I get real basic.
Okay.
Darn near prehistoric in the basicness of my question, the pedestrian nature of my question. I'm sure this is actually very clear. So I'm just confused. It was LH Engineering Company, and then GB Cook was the company that eventually assumed the contract?
That's correct. LH Engineering Company, 8 months into the project, they completed approximately 30% of the project, and then they declare bankrupt. So Bio Casualty Company, which was LH Engineering Surety Company, took over the job, and they assigned GB Cook to take over to complete the project.
Got it. Okay. This bridge took a long time to get done. All right. Any questions or comments, colleagues? Commissioner Closa.
No questions, thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Villegas?
No questions. I'm good.
President Pro Tem Davis?
No, I'll move the bill. I'll make a motion. A motion to reference.
I don't know if we can make it a bill somehow, Mike. All right, do I have a second to President Pro Tem Davis' motion to move this item forward?
Sure, I'll second Davis's bill.
Thank you, Commissioner Colosa. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas?
None.
All right, hearing no objections, we have a motion from President Pro Tem Davis to move this forward, seconded by Commissioner Colosa. This item is approved forthwith. Thank you, George, very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You too.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to item number 8. This is Street Services, Streets LA and BCA, all council districts. Final closeout task order number 8, Kiewit Infrastructure West Company, recommending the board authorize the executive director and general manager of the Bureau of Street Services to issue final closeout task work order number 8 to Kiewit Infrastructure West Company in a lump sum amount of $250,000 to reimburse the contractor for actual cost incurred. Nasser El Saheb is with us to present. Good morning, Nasser. You're on mute, sir. There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
It's clear? Okay, good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, board members. My name is Nasser Saib, 3LA. I'm with the Construction Services Division. As Mr. President mentioned, 3LA is recommending that your board authorizes the Executive Director and General Manager of 3LA to issue final closeout task work order number 8 in the lump sum amount of $250 to Kiewit in reference to the concrete street repair project. Just to give you a brief background of this project, Street LA was budgeted $7 million in 2019 to repair poorly graded residential concrete streets by June 30 of this year throughout the whole city in all 15 council districts. And the purpose was to reduce the risk and liability to the city. We had a very short window to deliver this project and spend the $7 million. On January 15 of this year, your board authorized Streets LA to retain Kiewit from the Bureau of Engineering on-call list to supplement and support our Street LA crews to complete these repairs within the promised June 30 date. The city awarded the project to Kiewit by issuing the first construction order on January 16 of this year in the amount of $2 million followed by the issuance of the notice to proceed on January 24th. We issued 5 task work orders to Kiewit on a time and material basis. Construction by the contractor started on February 3rd and was completed on April 9th. The statement of completion was issued by the Bureau of Contract Administration on July 1st. During that period, contractor completed the repairs of 24,830 square feet of concrete panels at a cost of $879,911, and that was based on the approved timesheet by the inspectors. However, the contractor submitted a request for payment in the amount of $1,200,493, which exceeded the city's calculated amount by $320,582. The difference resulted from 2 main items. The first item was the labor classification. The contractor used higher labor classification, more than what's needed to perform the work. However, the contractor justified that they were forced to do that because of the limited resources in the market and because the scope of work was not fully defined prior to the issuance of the notice to proceed. Contractors supported their position by submitting certified payroll to support that the money was actually paid to the laborers who performed the work. The second item for this difference amount came from the inefficiencies, and the inefficiencies came from various reasons. The first one was contractor had no laydown area, basically. They were working, with very limited workspace, and they were forced to mobilize and demobilize at each site location on a daily basis. Second item for this inefficiency came that we didn't have complete drawing prior to contractor mobilizing to the site because the scope of work was not defined completely, including even the limit of repairs. We were putting the limit of repairs as the contractor was and started doing the work. We were doing this work concurrently to ensure that we can complete this work as we promised in a timely manner by June 30th. Contractor, in good faith, they prepared multiple crews ahead of the NTP in anticipation to receive large quantities of repairs due to this urgency of this project. The fourth item for the inefficiency, contractor encountered shallow and aged utilities, which broke. Some of them broke during construction and resulted in idle time to equipment and labor. Also, the project encountered 6 days of rain, which contributed also to the inefficiencies. Larger resources were used to ensure the streets were reopened at the end of each business day to minimize the impact to the residents. So in good faith, they prepared larger resources to resolve this impact to the community. Both Streets LA and the inspector communicated to the contractor on multiple occasions during field meetings regarding the contractor's concerns and the city's concerns regarding these inefficiencies that were marked up in the daily timesheets during the performance of the first task work order. So most of these inefficiencies resulted in the first task work order. On March 9th, the contractor communicated to the city and asked the city not to issue any additional work as they anticipated to lose money on this project based on their projected calculations, based on the mark sheets that they received on the first task work order. And they communicated to the city that they will not be accepting any more work. They will just need to complete the streets that they already opened up, and they want to close them up and move forward and not accept any more. The CCLA, accordingly, we recruited additional crews from CCLA from different programs to compensate for this communication that came from the contractor to make sure that we complete all the repairs as the promised date by June 30. We met with the contractor on June 23rd and to talk about these differences. These differences, again, the inefficiencies, where some of them were justified by the contractor. When we talk, for these highlighted inefficiencies that were caused, some of them were caused by the city, basically, as I mentioned, to accommodate the community, and some were due to unforeseen conditions. So we tried to negotiate with the contractor in good faith and be fair to both contractor and the city. And we reached, after discussing in detail the difference and breaking down the labor, equipment, material, we came to finally negotiated settlement cost of $250,000 as a fair compensation to close this project. We made it very clear to the contractor that this final negotiated amount is subject to the Public Works approval, and upon your acceptance, we will be signing that transmittal number 1. Contractor already signed it to make sure that they are committed to this number, and we will be waiting for your approval and to process and complete the transmittal number 1. All the funding for this settlement amount is coming from the gas fund. No general funds are being impacted, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Nasser. Colleagues, we'll open this up. President Pro Tem Davis. Are you frozen? Is he frozen, Dr. Campos?
Looks like he is frozen. Dr. Davis?
Yes.
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 Oh, there he goes.
Yes.
Any questions or comments, Dr. Davis?
None.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions or comments, Commissioner Colosa?
Yeah, I'll just ask one quick follow-up, and thank you for the presentation. That was very thorough in terms of explaining kind of what happened in this final closeout. Can you repeat again what the funding source was for this that was going to be used for this 250?
This is coming from the gas. From gas tax funds and SP1. So there is nothing coming from general funds.
Okay. And there's are there any additional approvals that DOT or BOE need to? I'm sorry, not BOE. Street Services need to get in order to get these additional monies for this closeout?
No, the money is available right now and being encumbered, so it's ready. It's ready to go.
I see. Okay. Thank you so much, Nasser.
Sure, Commissioner.
So the money. Thank you, Commissioner Closa. So I just want to be clear too. So this is all part of the 250 would come from the overall 7 million that was originally budgeted,
yes.
Contracted? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So we're not exceeding the original contract?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Villegas.
Thank you. And thank you, Nasser. That was a thorough presentation. And I appreciate the briefing as well. These things happen. I'm just going to make a comment. These things happen sometimes just because, we needed to do the work fast. And seeing that labor was higher, or it was difficult to get, and the laydown was significant. I appreciate you all negotiating to be able to at least get us to 250,000. So thank you for that. And that's all. That's all my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Yeah, I would echo that. And Nestor, thank you for your briefing a couple days ago, and thank you for your overall description here. Do I have a motion to move this this final closeout task order forward?
I'll move that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Thank you, Vice President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections, Commissioner Closa?
No objections, thank you.
All right, hearing no objections, we will move this item forward forthwith. Thank you, Nasser, very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much to all.
Okay, folks, that brings us to item number 9. This is all council districts, and this is an authority for expenditure for ASTM International. Bureau of Engineering and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $26,675 to encumber funds for advance payment of renewal subscription for on-site license and online services and products for the period covering July 25, 2020 to July 25, 2021. AE 2176-1108M, Fund Number 761, Sewer Capital Fund, Department Number 50, Appropriation Unit 50TX78. Brad Jensen is with us this morning to explain this. And good morning, Mr. Jensen.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brad Jensen with Bureau of Engineering, Wastewater Conveyance Engineering Division. This authorization for expenditure has to do with securing our annual renewal for the American Society of Testing and Materials, ASTM, Standards Services Contract. The total annual cost for this year is $26,675 for a 12-month term starting in July of 2020 and extending to July of 2021. As a brief background, ASTM Standards, it's an online service which allows access to a suite of standards and technical practice write-ups used by Bureau of Engineering staff. The online service is used primarily in the design phase of projects, but also in portions of the construction phase. References are also used to conduct research requested by other bureaus and departments, as well as for the approval of various non-standard materials and products. Lastly, one of the quality control activities we do each year is to evaluate the usage of the standards and codes included in the contract to see if some of the standards might be dropped or if there's others that need to be included in the new contract. So doing, it helps us keep the cost of the service at a reasonable level and keeps the available documents relevant. And I can answer any questions if you have those.
Any questions or comments, President Pro Tem Davis?
I don't have any.
Okay. Commissioner Closa?
None, thank you.
Any questions, Commissioner Villegas?
I have none either. Thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion to move this forward?
I'll move.
Thank you, Commissioner Closa. And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas?
None.
All right. Hearing no objections, we'll move this AFE request forward. Thank you. We'll move it forward forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you.
On to item number 10. We have another AFE, all council districts, California Water and Environment Association, Bureau of Sanitation and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $60,000 to encumber funds to pay for California Water and Environment Association wastewater maintenance certificate exams, as well as certification and membership renewals for Clean Water North-South Division employees for the term of July 1, 2020 to July 30, 2021. AE 217-609 62M, Fund Number 760, Sewer Operations and Maintenance Fund, Department Number 50, Appropriation Unit 50, TX 82. Mark Lansang is with us to present. Good morning, Mark. And it's still morning. So tell us about
Good morning. Good morning, President Good.
Thank you.
Commissioners and members of the board. My name is Mark Lansang with the LA Sanitation and Environment, Clean Water Conveyance Division. The request you have before you is an authority for expenditure in the amount of $60,000 for California Water Environment Association, or CWEA. This encumbrance will allow us to pay for certificate exams and memberships for the division's wastewater collection workers to be certified as collection systems maintenance technologists, grades 1 to 4. Certification with CWEA ensures that our employees are complying with state requirements and also using best management practices with regards to working in and maintaining the collection systems. Thank you in advance for your consideration. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Mark. Any questions, comments? President Pro Tem Davis.
Good on this one.
Okay. Commissioner Closa?
Thank you, President Good. I just have a few quick follow-up questions. One, I always appreciate when we provide training and certification opportunities for staff, so I think this is great. And just wanted to ask quickly how many employees this actually accounts for, the 60,000.
Commissioner Caloza, we have approximately 249 employees that are eligible for certification in CWEA.
And then out of the 249, how many would we be actually able to pay for with the 60,000?
Last year we had 85 certificates and 130 plus memberships. We do require all our new employees to be certified before passing their probationary period.
Got it. And then just the last question, this is just more for my awareness. Is this the certification that has to be renewed annually, or is it one that once you get it, you kind of have it for several years until expiration date?
You get to keep the certification for as long as you renew it, and it is an annual renewal. The memberships are annual as well.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Closa. Any questions, Commissioner Villegas?
No questions, thank you.
All right. Do I have a motion to move this forward?
So moved.
All right. I think that was Commissioner Closa. I'll take a second from Commissioner Villegas. Any objections or questions, President Pro Tem Davis?
None.
All right. Hearing no objections, we will move this forward. This will be approved forthwith. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, on to item number 11. Another authority for expenditure impacting the entire city. City of Long Beach Southeast Resource Recycling Facility, Bureau of Sanitation, and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $200,000 to pay the City of Long Beach County Sanitation Districts for contingent refuse processing provided at the Southeast Resource Recycling Facility when significant delays are being experienced at the city's primary facilities for the term of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021, AE 215-508-903M, Fund Number 508, Solid Waste Resources Fund, Department Number 50, Appropriation Unit 50, TX 82. Darshana Patel is with us this morning. Good morning, Darshana.
Good morning, President Good, Commissioner Caloza, Davis, and Villegas, Bureau representing City Attorney and Executive Officer. I'm Darshana Patel, Environmental Engineer with LA Sanitation. LA Sanitation is requesting a board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure to utilize Long Beach Southeast Resources Recycling Facility, SURF facility. This is one of the contingency facility that we have ability to utilize when we experience delay at the city's primary facility. This facility is located in Long Beach and would be primarily utilized to service our harbor district for collection. Currently, we utilize Republic Falcon Station for harbor and sending about 200 tons per day through that facility. So if there is any delay at the facility and somewhere also within the system like cause or dominoes effect, we would then want a SURF facility in Long Beach as a contingent option to utilize. The amount we are requesting $200,000, which will be coming out of Solid Waste Resources Fund, and there will be no impact on General Fund. So this facility is operating by County Sanitation District and who take it as a policy not to enter as a long-term contract. So this is why LA Sanitation comes back every year to request the authority for expenditure to utilize this fund. Thank you. I'm ready for any question.
Thank you, Darshna. Are we legally required to have this backup, or is it just smart policy?
This is just our last backup. We do have other contingency option, and we also have contract with them. So we try to utilize those options. We also generally come every year for other requests for other aids for approval, such as Calabas landfill, Southgate, other options. So we utilize all of them first, and in case none of them work, this is our last backup. But still, we would like to keep it in case something happens in future for all the landfills or transfer stations.
Got it. Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues, any questions? Commissioner Villegas.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Caloza?
Thanks, President Good. Yeah, just a quick follow-up question. Nice to see you again. How often does LA San use this kind of double, triple backup you have at Long Beach? Just curious.
It's been long, we haven't utilized this facility, but still we would like to keep it as a backup because like right now we have all the contingency option, which is a landfill and other transfer station, and this is the only facility we have it that is incineration facility. So that's why this is our last backup in case none of them work.
I see. And
so we, sorry about that. So we haven't utilized for a long time.
Does that mean like 2 years, a decade?
My knowledge, it's been long. I don't recall it even we used it for a long time.
Okay. And then just a last question for me is, do we still have to pay the city of Long Beach this annual fee, if you will, even if we don't use them as our backup?
No, we don't need to pay anything to the city of Long Beach.
Got it. So we only pay them if we need to use it.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Caloza. President Pro Tem Davis?
The funding for the payment for this project, could you tell me about the financing of it and where we get the money from? Which item?
So we are getting this money from Solid Waste Resources Fund.
I see. Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay. All right. Darshna, Bob, and Rowena, this will be subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Do I have a motion to move this AFE forward?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Any objections or concerns, Commissioner Caloza?
No objections, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we have a motion from President Pro Tem Davis to move the item forward with a second from Commissioner Villegas. Hearing no objections, we will. This item is approved as amended, subject to the mayor's cost containment process forthwith. Thank you, Darshna, very much. Okay. Oh, you're going nowhere. Item number 12, that's right, all right. We're going to keep you busy, Darshna. Also, all council districts, an authority for expenditure, County of Los Angeles Department of Public Works Solid Waste Resources Fund. The Bureau of Sanitation and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $450,000 to encumber funds to pay for the solid waste management fee of $1.50 per ton for the tonnage diverted from BFI Sunshine Canyon Landfill to Waste Management El Soponte Landfill for the term of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. AE 215-08901M, Fund number 508, Solid Waste Resources Fund, Department number 50, Appropriation Unit 50TX82. Darshna, jump right in again.
Thank you again. So we have a contract with Waste Management El Soponte Landfill, which is our secondary facility, so that we provide our refuse to, and which is transferred through a CLART, Central LA Recycling and Transfer Station. And this facility is located in Corona, Riverside County. We are currently averaging about 1,000 tons per day, so we are paying them $1.50 per ton tonnages. We send it out to El Soponte Landfill. So for any tonnages we provided to disposal facility outside of LA County, we then pay County Department of Public Works $1.50 per ton material we sent out. And we are requesting $450,000, which will be also coming out of solid waste resources fund, and there will be no impact on general fund.
So, Ms. Patel, again, this is contingency, for lack of a better way to put it.
No, this is not the contingency. This is the out-of-county fee, which we are basically paying to LA County.
But do we actually know that we will be, I mean, what are the circumstances under which we divert tonnage from Sunshine Canyon to El Soponte?
So actually this contract executed in 2013, and this is our secondary facility in case something happened to primary facility, which is Sunshine Canyon Landfill. In that case, we utilize this contract, and in this contract we have basically commitment to them, like we have to provide minimum 300 tons per day to 600 tons per day. But in 2016, Sunshine Canyon experienced stipulated order of abatement in December 2016, like which limited hours of operation, like where they can accept the material, and they couldn't basically take the transfer trailer from period of 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. due to concerns of the community. And with the experience in delay and limited hours of operation for Sunshine Canyon Landfill, like we have to increase MSW diverted to El Soponte Landfill. And at that time, our basically average was about 1,500 tons per day. And last year in June 2019, South Coast Air Quality Management District abatement lifted, and SCL again open to 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. So our average is down to now 1,000 tons per day. So this is why we started basically first deliver it more, and now it's reduced again.
So, but we do take some basically black bin to El Soponte every day.
Yes.
And this is a result of the diminished capacity of Sunshine Canyon.
This is like as a backup contingency option, yeah. Right. Because we only have a contract with Sunshine Canyon first.
Right, and then the tipping fee is legally mandated.
Yes.
Yeah. So, assuming if this moves forward, you may want to request an exemption under the legal mandate qualifier, but I'll leave that up to y'all. Okay, thank you, Darshna. Questions, comments? Commissioner Closa.
I have no questions on this one, thank you.
Commissioner Villegas?
It's very interesting working in two different local government jurisdictions, coming from LA County over here. I see that Sunshine Canyon has other issues, and we had to find a contingency, and then we get dinged $450,000 for outside LA County fee. I'm just making an observation. It's very interesting. Thank you.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, it's real. Okay. President Pro Tem Davis?
Yes. So this is obviously a significant part of our zero waste network in terms of what we need to hopefully decrease what we send to these facilities. In terms of our network, we use Sunshine Canyon, and what other facilities do we have other than this as an alternative? Is there another, or what does our landscape look like as it relates to our availability for, giving tonnage to other facilities?
So as I mentioned, Sunshine Canyon landfill is our primary facility. So, and we basically have divided City of LA in 6 different waste shed: East Valley, West Valley, North Central, South LA, West LA, and Harbor. So material basically collected, MSW collected from the East Valley and West Valley, we are directly transfer it to Sunshine Canyon landfill because it's closer to Sunshine Canyon landfill. Also part of the West LA, South LA, and North Central, we transfer it through the CLARS to the Sunshine Canyon landfill. And also part of the MSW is going to El Segundo landfill. And for Harbor, we utilize Falcon Transfer Station, which is also Republic Services, and they also transfer it to Sunshine Canyon landfill. So currently, we are sending it right now only 2 facilities. First one is Sunshine Canyon landfill, and secondary is the El Segundo landfill.
So we only have 2. So
yes.
So our goal is to be by a certain percentage by the year 2020. About what year is it? What is our goal? By 20 what?
90% diversion by 2025. And currently we are at, 76.4%.
We're at, are we at 79% right about now in our overall goal in terms of what we've achieved? Is it about 79% now, or where are we?
76.4%.
We're 76.4%. Is that for this year? Is that overall cumulative in terms of when we've been implementing this project? Is this just for this year that we're at 76? And or weren't we at 79 at one time? Or was that just the estimation that I read some time ago?
This is overall until now.
Okay, so 76% now. So given that we're at 76% now, as big of a city as we are, that's I think a reasonably accomplished number. However, what I'm trying to figure out as we talk about these landfills, have we decreased as of this fiscal year or the 2 years past? Have we decreased what we are letting out to the landfills? Because now we've had, well, this wasn't our fault, because I would suspect, based upon your testimony, that we have been given Sunshine Canyon much more than they've been able to receive this year, which caused us to have to go to this particular facility. But my question is, how have we decreased what we're letting out in the facilities to date? Do you have that knowledge right now, or that data?
So we are currently working on so many different programs to basically, divert the material from the landfill, such as we are doing, we run the carpet pilot program. We are also doing a couple of organic program to divert the food waste from the landfill. Also, we have that green bin program, combining a couple of pilot program where we are combining green waste with organic waste and trying to basically come up with a different solution how we can divert the material from the landfill. So we are currently working on different programs, but currently I don't have exact number, but I can get back to you those numbers.
Okay, not a problem. So basically, we are diverting solid waste, as President Good said, the black can, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And okay, so good. All right, thank you.
And thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. And part of our reliance on El Sobrante, I presume, is not just the sort of further restrictions around sunshine, but also at least a sort of indirect, actually pretty direct impact or result of the closure of Plenty Hills landfill, correct? At which we would not have been required. I'm assuming we weren't required to pay the $1.50 because that was a county facility.
Yes.
And so, Dr. Davis, a piece of good news out of this is that landfills are not in favor these days. So we're running out of options for our black bin as we continue to expand our game, as it were, in the diversion of solid resources to recycling versus landfill. But that sort of race to the top, run out of landfill options, and we're continuing to diminish the amount that we need to take to landfills. But we're in a bit of a rock and a leachate place in terms of having to spend $1.50 per tip. Is that fair, Elisan?
Yes.
Sorry to refer to leachate, affectionately known as trash juice, which, as we all know, is some of the grossest stuff on the planet Earth.
I was hoping, Mr. President, that our outstanding work was going to be as such that even when there was a demand, that we would not be hard pressed by the demand because of our work, that we were decreasing it in such a way that, it would not be that adverse to us. And so I think the 76% is really great, and in many ways, it kind of inadvertently forces us to move faster in trying to achieve our goal as they decrease what they accept from us. I mean, unless we can find an alternative in terms of, well, what do we do if there's an emergency and we need something even more than discovered, where would we have to go? So anyway, I appreciate the information about how we're managing in this, and pleased to know that we are continuing to make progress, and I hope for more as it relates to zero waste, because I think those two will hopefully balance each other. So thank you for the report.
Right. Eventually, we won't have to rely on us, but
that's right.
Would be the name of the game. That's right. Okay. Thank you, Darshana and Rowena, for walking through all this, and Bob and John Hamilton in the wings as well. So with that, do I have a motion to move this item forward?
I move.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Do I have a second?
A second.
All right. Any objections, Commissioner Colosa?
No objections, thank you.
Okay, I gave everyone an opportunity there, didn't I? I lost track? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, well, with that, this will be subject to the mayor's cost containment process. Again, I encourage you guys to consider whether or not you want to request an exemption. But this item, hearing no objections, is approved as amended, contingent on mayor's cost containment process forthwith. All right. Thank you all. And still, we move to item 13. All council districts again, authority for expenditure, Los Angeles County Sanitation District number 2, Calabasas. Bureau of Sanitation and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $90,000 for payment to the Los Angeles County Sanitation District Number 2 for contingent refuse disposal services provided at the Calabasas landfill and for green waste processing when significant delays are experienced at the city's primary facilities for the term of July 1, 2020 to June 20, 2021. Again, AE 215-08904M, Fund Number 508, Solid Waste Resources Revenue Fund, Department Number 50, Appropriation Unit 50 TX82. Darshana, you are on.
Thank you. Calabas landfill is also one of the county facility which we use for contingency operation when we experience delay at our primary facility. Calabas landfill can accept the material from the West Valley watershed based on the radius of the operation they accept the material. So in the event of experience delay at Sunshine Canyon landfill, we would divert more material from the West Valley district and have them directly go to Calabas landfill. And it will free up some space for Sunshine Canyon for remaining our truck coming from East Valley as well as material coming from Clarks. So similarly to the SURF facility, Calabas is also operating by County Sanitation District who take it as a policy not to enter as a long-term contract for refuse disposal and transfer. So this is why we are here to request authority for expenditure to utilize this fund.
Okay. So this is basically our contingency for green waste.
No, this is also for MSW, Municipal Solid Waste.
Okay.
But this facility only accept material from West Valley Fish. So this is the backup for West Valley only.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, I see. And do we have to pay? No, this is outside the county as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the county facility.
So we also have to, so part of the $1.50 tip fee?
No, we are not paying this to this facility.
Oh.
$1.50 per ton. The way this is in city of LA. If we are going outside of the county of LA, then yeah.
Got it. Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Villegas, any questions?
This one is a LA County Sanitation District landfill.
Right.
Yes.
So not city, but in the county. Yeah.
No questions.
Well served to read the item. Any questions or comments, Teresa? No. Any questions or comments, Commissioner Closa?
Thanks, President Good. I have a quick follow-up question, similar to, I think it was 2 EFEs ago now. How often does LACN utilize this district number 2 site in Calabasas?
So last year we utilized only once Calabas landfill, like previous were 2 or 3 times a year. So that's our average. In case something happened to Sunshine and we have to divert, at the time only we utilize this facility. So last year only one time we used it.
And similar to last time, the other AFE as well, you only actually pay for the service or pay the site when you use it.
Yes.
Like I need an org chart with all your facilities and a bunch of arrows.
Sure, definitely.
That's just.
I will provide.
You don't have to do that. I'm trying to piece together all these AFEs in my mind, but thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Closa. It is interesting. I mean, the constellation of solid resources processing, ranging from MRFs to transfer stations to green waste facilities to compost facilities to the landfills, which are our end game of last resort, is sort of dizzying. So thanks, y'all, for walking us through that. I'd back you up, Commissioner Close, if you did want a chart, although Darshana would probably hate us at the request. President Pro Tem Davis, any questions?
None.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Villegas, you already went, didn't you? Yes. Anything else?
No.
Do I have a motion to move it? Thank you,
I'll move it.
Commissioner Villegas. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any objections, Commissioner Colosa?
I have no objection.
All right. Hearing no objections, this item is approved forthwith. Thank you, Ms. Patel. You are off the hook. Same with Dr. Romano. Very good. And Bob Potter, who's just hanging out there because he wants to just.
We can send over that map if you like. That's how hard it is.
If y'all have something, I think that would be. I'd love to see that actually.
I want to see it too.
Okay.
That's a good question.
We have a GIS map with all the facilities, so we can put something together.
A great request, Commissioner Colosa. Thanks for planting the seed. All right, let's go on to item number 14. We get a John Hamilton appearance with this one. This is CD 14, Authority for Expenditure, Ecology Auto Parts, Inc. Bureau of Sanitation and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $953,496 as a temporary agreement to continue hauling services at Central Los Angeles Recycling and Transfer Station, affectionately known as Clark's, until the 5-year contract renewal is executed during fiscal year 2020-2021 for the term of July 1, 2020 to December 30, 2020. Authorize the president or 2 members of the Board of Public Works to execute this service agreement. This is AE 147R930M, Fund Number 47R, Central Los Angeles Recycling and Transfer Station, Department 50, Appropriation Unit 50T952. Mr. Hamilton, take it away.
Yes. Good morning, council persons. My name is John Hamilton, as you said, and I work in the LA Sanitation, Solid Resources Processing and Construction Division. And this is a 6-month contract with Ecology to haul from Clark's. They will supply 28 to 33 trucks for the fleet of 48. That's essentially 60 to 70% of our fleet hauling from Clark's. And I heard a number that you mentioned, Councilman Good, of 900 and something thousand. I think that was it should be not to exceed 4.7 million for this. So I wasn't sure of that number.
Well, what the item on the agenda is an AFE for $953,496. That's what's in front of us.
Okay. I will have to verify that number, but I think it's actually 4.7 million is the amount that we have not to exceed for that in the contract.
Well, this is simply, isn't this basically a stopgap until I don't have a list of the amounts and not to exceed.
Okay. So we'll have to verify that maybe after the meeting. We can verify that with the contract. So yes, this is AE is to make timely payment to the haulers as they perform the service until the 5-year extension is ratified by the board, which we are going to be coming to board this Friday for that Amendment 1. And then that will need council approval also for that going forward. So this is for the outbound hauling to local landfills. These are the large 18-wheeler trucks that leave Clark's and take the refuse to the landfills. And we would like to request a exemption for that based on health and safety. And I think on the agenda, it also says all and it, for the council districts. And I believe that that's in CD 14 is where the facility is actually located. But it does service all council districts with the transfer of refuse through the facility.
I have that actually as CD 14. So.
Oh, you do? Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. Okay. With that, and this is all for compressed natural gas trucks that we've been doing since January 1st of this year. The whole fleet has been, for the most part, compressed natural gas trucks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
So I will take any questions you have.
I do have one, which is just a sort of predicate question. Why do we contract this work versus doing it ourselves?
So we looked at the economics of contracting it doing it ourselves, and we are planning a pilot program to see if that's cost effective with 5 trucks, and we'll be doing that in the near future. But for right now, we've determined that this is more cost effective to use a private fleet at this time because of their production of doing 3 to 4 hauls a day, which we're not sure if we'll be able to do that ourselves, which we will find out during the pilot.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Questions? President Pro Tem Davis.
I wanted to find out about the capacity at which this job is done. How many trucks do we have that are vendors to perform the duty here?
The total fleet is 48. And under this contract, they'll be supplying at least 33 trucks to the fleet.
Okay. So is this one company, or are these individual multiple configurations of vendors who have various trucks, or is it one company that is providing it?
So right now, we have 2 companies. We have Ecology Auto Parts, and then another company called CDR that supply the remainder of the trucks. CDR does. So those are
you said the first one provides how many?
Up to 33.
Okay, got it. And so if we were exploring the possibility of doing it ourselves, our capacity in terms of your discussion was going to be 5 trucks, right?
That's right. That's right.
So 5 trucks juxtaposed against the 30 trucks that we're vending with right now from this company. That's right.
Yes.
But the 5 is a pilot, right, John?
The 5 is just going to be a pilot. We haven't purchased them. We're looking into the purchase of those trucks now and trailers. So that would be moving forward. So one thing we can do is we can adjust the amount of refuse entering Clark's. Right now we're doing 3,000 to 3,500 tons. So we can adjust that for our pilot and take on more refuse.
So in other words, we would have the implementation of somewhat of a hybrid program where we would implement on one hand our 5 trucks to see what our capacity could be with that, while at the same time being able to meet the demand of this work by still contracting out with the vendors, correct?
That's exactly right, yes.
Okay. And then it would take us some time, obviously, even after we test our capacity to produce, to then therefore phase in the government service to be able to accommodate what the need is, if this need that we have now is produced on an annual basis. I don't know, but is it?
That's correct. If it turns out that we're able to produce at the same cost or better than the private, then we would move into a public fleet as opposed to our city fleet as opposed to the private fleet. Yes.
Yeah. So we'd have somewhat of a curve in terms of hardware, in terms of trucks. I guess the training won't be that bad, but that to phase it in after, first of all, testing this 5 and its capacity. So it still would be some time, and I guess this hybrid situation is the best thing that we could do. I kind of understand where we are. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Commissioner Villegas, any questions?
No, President Good asked the question that I wanted to ask. Thanks for clarifying that we'll be doing a pilot on this. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. Any questions, Commissioner Colosa?
I don't have any questions either. Appreciate everyone for asking all the questions.
Great, thank you. Okay, do I have a motion to move this forward?
So moved.
All right, do I have a second?
Second. Hold on.
All right, I got a motion from Commissioner Villegas to move this item forward. This would be subject to the mayor's cost containment. I know you're going to apply for an exemption, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes.
But
I will second that, Mr. President.
And I have a second from President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections, Commissioner Colosa?
No objections, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Villegas to move this AFE forward as amended, subject to the mayor's cost containment process, seconded by President Pro Tem Davis. With no objections, this item is approved forthwith. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you.
All right, on to item number 15.
President Good, on item 14, this is Fernando Campos.
Yeah.
Really, on item 14, we will send this item subject to the mayor's approval for the $953,000. I appreciate all the clarity that your board provided, but the letter of agreement does indicate $4.7 million. So the approval from the mayor's office is for the authority for expenditure, but your motion also authorizes you or 2 members of the board to execute the letter of agreement. Just wanted to clarify that, make sure that everyone's on the same page, but the authority to expend at this point is only the $953,000 for the period from June to December of 2020.
Thank you, Fernando. That's better, I guess. So thank you.
That makes sense. And then I would be authorized to sign the service agreement, but then the remainder of that would have to come back.
I would suspect that the mayor's office or possibly even the CAO's office may ask a little bit more questions behind the LOA, but we will submit it for their consideration.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Campos, for the clarity, and appreciate it, Mr. Hamilton. Okay. So item number 15, all council districts. This is an authority for expenditure. Kern Delta Water District, Bureau of Sanitation, and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $70,000 to encumber funds for payment of water utility charges to be incurred at Green Acres Farm in Bakersfield, California for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. Authorize the president or 2 members of the Board of Public Works to execute the service agreement. AE 217-60969M, Fund Number 760, Sewer Operations and Maintenance Fund, Department Number 50, Appropriation Unit 50, T2WP. Alan Tran is with us. Good morning, or excuse me, good afternoon, Mr. Tran. How are you?
Good afternoon, Board President, Commissioners, Mr. Ted Jordan, Dr. Campos. My name is Alan Tran with the LA Sanitation. Today I'm here for an AE, Kern Delta Water Utility Usage at Green Acre Farm. As you all know, that the city has the farming operation at Green Acre Farm. We use the biosolid as a fertilizer, and we grow non-human consumption crops such as alfalfa, Sudan, milo, corn, wheat. And Kern Delta Water District water is one of the 3 sources of irrigation water at Green Acre Farm. The other are the secondary effluent from the City Bakerfield Treatment Plant, number 3, and the groundwater from the existing wells at Greenacre Farm. This encumbrance is required to pay for current Delta Water District usage from the July 2020 through June 2021. This fund will come from the sewer operation maintenance, therefore no impact on the general fund. That's conclude my staff report.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions, colleagues? Start with President Pro Tem Davis.
No questions for me.
All right. Commissioner Villegas?
No questions, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Calosa?
Thank you, President Good. I just had a quick question, whether or not the expense for our water at this facility has increased or decreased at all in past years?
For the last 2 years, it's been stayed the same. The physical 18-19, we spent about 69,000, and last year we spent about 70,000. So we decided to keep it at the same amount.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Calosa. Do I have a motion to move this forward?
I'll move.
Thank you, Commissioner Calosa. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, President Pro Tem Davis. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas?
No objections.
All right. Hearing no objections, this item is approved forthwith. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you so much.
All right. Last but not least, we have item number 16, all council districts and authority for expenditure with Southern California Edison Company, Bureau of Sanitation and Office of Accounting. Oh, this is Alan still. Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an.
Hello?
Hello?
Is that Dr.
I suspect.
Yes, that's Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, if you can hear me, President Good is reading item number 16 into the record. We will get to you as soon as he reads the item.
I was wanting to.
Dr. Williams?
Dr. Williams, if you'll allow me to please complete this item, then we will take your comment. Or was Dr. Williams attempting to comment on item number 15?
Yeah, I don't know. I cannot unmute him. Dr. Williams, if you can hear me, can you please press *6 on your device?
I'm unmuted. Okay, for item 15, I'd like to see a full accounting of the water online electronic copy, because we're quite concerned in that right now we're having a lot of complaints locally that we can't get the compost mulch from Bureau of Sanitation because of the COVID issues. So we're, I say, waiting until we can get some mulch. A lot of people want 5 cubic yards delivered, and they're willing to spread it for themselves. And that would reduce the amount going to Green Acres Farm. So since I do know a little bit about Bakersfield and the groundwater issues there, I would like to see a full accounting of last year's 2019-2020 water budget for the facility. And how much water are they using, especially for alfalfa, versus, I say, just leaving it? I don't know. But I know it's a lot better if the mulch is used in the city of Los Angeles by many people who want to use it, but they don't have the facilities to collect it from the various minimized mulch facilities scattered through our area. So I'd like to see formally request Public Records Act for the water accounting for the Green Acres Farm in Bakersfield for 2019 to 2020. Thank you. Also, is there going to be a public comment?
Well,
General public comment.
Dr. Williams, for your comment, there will be no public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Item 16.
So item 16, I'm going to just go ahead and start this over. CD, this is all council districts. An authority for expenditure, Southern California Edison Company, Bureau of Sanitation, and Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $85,000 to encumber funds to pay for electrical services at Clean Water Collection Division air scrubbers and flow monitoring stations located in Culver City, California for the term of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. This is AE 217-609-66M, Fund Number 760, Sewer Operations and Maintenance Fund, Department Number 50, Appropriation Unit 50T2WP. We have Mark Lansing with us back again from Sanitation. Mark, please talk to us.
Good afternoon, President Good, Commissioners, members of the board. It's Mark Lansing again with LA Sanitation and Environment, Clean Water Conveyance Divisions. Item number 16 is a request for an authority for expenditures in the amount of $85,000 with Southern California Edison to pay for electricity to run the division's 2 air scrubbers and several flow monitoring stations located along Jefferson Boulevard in neighboring Culver City, which is outside the DWP area. The $85,000 represents the same amount we requested last fiscal year, during which a total of $74,000 was expended for the period ending June 30, 2020. I'd be more than willing to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Any questions, colleagues? Commissioner Villegas.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Coloso.
No questions, thank you.
All right. And then President Pro Tem Davis.
None for me.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to move this AFE forward?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Coloso. Any objections, Commissioner Villegas?
No objections.
All right. Hearing no objections, this item is approved forthwith. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
And with that, Dr. Campos, have we cleared the deck?
Yes, you have.
All right. So with that, thank you all so much. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Thank you, everyone, Mr. Jordan. And this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thanks, everybody.